Meeting is called to order. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina Board of Funeral Service Office, Synergy Building, Park, King Street Building on the board website, and provide to all requesting persons, organization, and news media in compliance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. If everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Purpose of the Board of Funeral Services to protect the public through regulation of funeral service and cremation licensees. The board also investigates complaints and conducts applications and disciplinary hearings in accordance with state statutes and regulations. At this time, approval of the agenda, board purpose.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Price, second by Mr. Dixon. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Not present is Stoney.
Correct. There a motion to approve Mr. Backman's absence today?
Take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
We need to do an introduction.
At this time, we'll introduce the board members and everyone attending. My name is Thomas Wright, Vice President, Beaufort, South Carolina.
Brent Taylor, Chesterfield, South Carolina.
Happy Greer.
Alcott, Florence, South Carolina.
Barry Watts, Conway, South Carolina.
Douglas Hawkins, Florence, South Carolina.
Cox, Williamston, South Carolina.
Darrell Dickerson, Goose Creek.
Megan Drucker, Somerville.
Land Price, Leesville.
Madeline Mickens, Board Executive.
Brandy Duncan, Advice Council.
We also have, for the record, Otis Richardson. He's the Administrative Coordinator for the LLR.
Alexis Bell, Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
Renee Young, Lead Investigator from OIE.
Robbie Dean, Program Manager, OIE.
Byron Ray, Investigator.
This time we'll have approval for excused absences.
No, for the IRC, I'm sorry. Were there any absences from the IRC?
No.
Pardon my interjection. That was really loud. I'm sorry. Did we do a motion to approve today's agenda back with the reading of the purpose of the board?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We did the purpose of the board first, then we did the approval of the agenda afterwards.
Actually, we did the approval of the absences after that.
Yeah, Mr. Price moved to approve the agenda, and it was seconded by Mr. Dickerson, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This time, give a few minutes for people to look over the minutes from the last meetings for approval.
President, if I'm in order, I make a motion to be accept the minutes from the previous meeting.
We have a motion from Mr. Dixon to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 8, staff reports. We'll have a report from Ms. Madeline Mickens on board executive.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President and board members. I first want to welcome our new board members to the board. We have Mr. Barry Watson of Conway, South Carolina. Welcome. Mr. Randall Lee Calcutt Jr. of Florence, South Carolina. Mr. Clyde T. Rampey of Greer, South Carolina. Just wanted to let you all know, welcome you all to the board. Also want to let you know that we do have a new team member as far as staff. We have Mr. Otis Richardson, who is our new administrative coordinator. At our last meeting, Ms. LaToya Hauser was here, but LaToya received a promotion. So she is no longer with this division. However, I do have other good news that we will be having a new team member really soon. We are getting another person for our team, so we will be fully staffed. So just, that's a great report, by the way. As far as licensee totals, if you look in your board packet, you have your licensee totals. That gives you your initial licenses that were issued from 2018 to August 20th of 2025. You also have your change of manager report that's listed. You also Also in that report, it lists change of managers, name changes, and location changes, just so you all can kind of see what's going on with applications. As you know, in July, as of July 1, your fees changed for funeral. So when all the fees changed, we went through and cleaned up all the applications. So the funeral applications have changed as well, and all that's been updated. One of the things we have done is added what we call document submission, where documents can be added without having to send them in or email them to us. Quarterly reports now can be sent into the office via document submission, and that's a really good thing for our apprentices because it's easier for them to keep up with what they've sent in, and they know they've uploaded it directly to their specific credential rather than, because sometimes things could get lost in the mail or email. So document submission has been added as well. It's just to help things run more smoothly for the board. Also, we are in talks with Consumer Affairs. They have reached out, and we are speaking with them in reference to them coming and offering in-person continuing education courses. At this point, we're working out the logistics of that, and that's something that we will be able to report. Hopefully, by the next meeting, that may actually be put in place, but once that's done, we will let you all know. And finally, your financial report. Currently, you are at your balance is negative $30,359.66, and that concludes my report.
And Madam Court Reporter, before we go to the next item, can we just note for the record that our 3 new board members abstained from the vote on the meeting minutes since they were not part of the board at that time and not present at those meetings?
And also, if I may, for the new board members, if you pull your microphones, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but if you pull your microphones closer to you, you don't have to touch anything, but if you just start speaking in the mic, when you see red, that means we can hear you, because we need everybody to hear because we're on YouTube. So just be mindful if we're speaking in the mics to make sure the light is on red. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mickens. Next, we have Office of Inspection Report, Ms. April Howell, Chief Inspector.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As y'all probably have deduced, I am not April Howell. Today I identify as your program manager, Robbie Dean, presenting on her behalf. She's off-site at a training. But what we have for total inspections since your last board meeting on June the 15th, there was 104 inspections conducted, which brings a total for the year to 276. And this is for information purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Next, we'll have Office of Investigative Enforcement Report, Ms. Renee Young, Lead Investigator.
Good morning. Complaints received from January 1 to August 15, 2025 is 65. Active investigation is 9, and 46 are closed. And that is for information purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And next, we'll have an investigative review conference report from Ms. Renee Young.
Just a moment, Mr. Wright. I'm going to need to recuse on this. Have some documentation.
I've already got the recusal form
Okay.
filled out.
For the IRC report, we are asking for approval of that report.
Do we have a motion to approve?
We may just need a minute or two to look it over. That's
Just for our new board members, should there be anything on the IRC report that you have questions or concerns about, this would be a proper time to raise those.
question here. On case 2025-17, the last line says that both the funeral home and crematory were operating while licenses were lapsed. On formal complaint, has that been shut down, or are they still in practice? What is,
If you don't mind me answering, they are licensed now. It was during a short period in the midst of the investigation, license was realized, or they realized the license wasn't renewed properly. They have renewed it since, and so we wouldn't do a cease and desist since they've renewed, but we do have, we believe, grounds for a formal complaint if y'all approve it.
And Ms. Bell, for 2024-91, just because we've seen a number of the CLEs, if you could just give us a,
Yes.
yeah, just like a brief, whatever you can
I
let us know
assumed
about
y'all
it.
would want to ask me about that particular.
Right.
So this case was slightly different than every other, well, all my CE cases were slightly different, but this one was very different. I could see during the investigation that the licensee was just adamant that they had completed stuff, but nothing was showing. They didn't provide proof during the investigation of that approval, and so when the case got to me and I started talking to all the licensees who I had cases for, they immediately called me and were like, hey, I've done this. I was like, well, first step, do you have a certificate? Do you have any proof that you've completed this course? And so I was expecting it to be like completed in December, maybe January, like the other cases that had made it that far. And when I got their certificate, it was for June 30th, or it was prior to June 30th, 2024. So the class was done prior to the actual renewal cycle ending. It just was not getting uploaded onto CE Broker and was not getting accredited to that person's account. And so I can't personally, obviously, upload anything to CE Broker. And so I steered the licensee towards board admin who got them the correct numbers to call. I'm still not quite sure what happened with getting it uploaded, but it eventually did get uploaded after the fact. But because she worked with me and then got me all that information and did get it fixed, and the class was done before the end of that renewal cycle, I thought that it was appropriate to request a dismissal and hope that y'all approve that.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I was just wondering because that's been a, kind of a frequent flyer here lately. So thank you, I appreciate that. We're all still trying to figure that out, so thank you.
Anybody have any other questions?
Case 2025-18, can we enlighten on that case briefly?
Yes.
25-18?
Yes.
Question about that. Yes, for no violation?
Yes, so the paperwork did not reflect what was being alleged. The file, the decedent's file.
We have a motion.
I make a motion that we accept the RSC report.
Second.
Dixon, second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We'll have a report from the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, Ms. Alexis Bell.
Thank you. This report is for information purposes only. It is the status report as of August 25th, 2025. There are currently 25 open files. We've closed 4 since the last hearing date and have closed 18 files since January of this year. I'm happy to answer any questions. As mentioned, this is just for information purposes only and does not require any votes.
And Ms. Bell, so there's 4 that have closed since April 15th, 2025, and then I think 18 total for the year? So
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to read this,
And-
okay.
I need to double check. I know we closed a few since June, and I see that the date was not updated. It says April, and I think it was the same. I can't remember if we closed, how many we closed last between June and now, but some of those 4 are definitely from that time period. I'm just not sure if all 4 were from June to now off the top of my head, or if it was less than 4 since June, and then the rest were since April. But we have closed 18 since January.
Thank you.
Next, item 9, application hearings, new facilities. Number 1, CFS Crematory, Ricky Miles.
Mr. Miles, if there's anybody else who's going to be testifying on behalf of the crematory, they can come up with you at the same time.
This hearing is called order. This is the matter of CFH Crematory. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the new facility with Christopher Davis Lee as manager of record. That this board member him or herself of this matter. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the crematory? Please give your full name for the record.
Christopher Davis Lee.
Mr. Lee and Mr. Miles, if both of you, when you speak, could get really, really close to those microphones and make sure that red light lights up, that makes sure everybody can hear you.
Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
And if you would each raise your right hands for me, please. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you both.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please make sure that the court reporter and CFH Crematory have a copy of the application hearing materials, including the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packets.
What questions does staff have concerning this application?
Staff doesn't have any questions. Staff just needs a disposition on this actual application. Mr. Christopher Davis is asking to be approved for this new crematory with him as the manager of record.
Mr. Lee, are you represented by counsel?
No.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes.
You're electing to waive that right and represent yourself, correct?
Yes.
Please tell us why you're here before the board today, sir.
We have come and submitted an application to put in a crematory at our funeral home, at Carolina Funeral Home in Scranton, South Carolina.
Are you ready to show the board why this application should be approved despite any issues raised by staff?
Yes.
Like any of your witnesses to speak?
He can, yes. If need be, yes.
Have any additional relevant evidence you want us to consider? Does the board have any questions at this time?
Yes, sir, I do, Mr. Wright. Gentlemen, how close are you all being ready to begin? Obviously, board approval pending, but buildings there, crematories there, et cetera, or are you all just getting started, or?
We are at probably 70% ready. We're in the process now of getting the electrical and the gas. At that point, after inspections, we'll be able to go forward.
Other questions? Thank you. Your case has been submitted. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter? Is there a motion to go to an executive session to receive legal advice in this matter?
Right, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the application pending final inspection with Mr. Davis as manager.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Price, second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Look.
Thank you very much.
Next one will be Mayor Etheridge Funeral Home and Crematory. This hearing is called order. This is a matter of Mayor Etheridge Funeral Home and Crematory. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the new facility with Charles Miles as manager of record. Does the board member have any reason to recuse him or herself from this matter? I will go on public record stating that I have a relationship with Mr. Miles as far as personal friendship. I've known him several years, but this will not allow me to be impartial in my decision-making.
Sir, you mean it will not impair your ability to be impartial?
Yes.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you, sir.
Purpose of this hearing is to determine whether, does any board member have any reason to recuse themselves? Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the crematory? Please give your full names and record of relationship to this matter.
Patrick Etheridge and Charles Miles.
Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Mickens, please make sure the court reporter and Mayor Etheridge Funeral Home and Crematory have a copy of the application and hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packet.
What questions does staff have concerning this application?
Staff doesn't have any questions. Staff just needs a disposition from the board. Mr. Miles is before you today to seek approval for this crematory with him as the manager of record.
Are you represented by legal counsel?
No, sir.
Understand you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
So you are elected to waive your rights and represent yourself, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please tell us why you're before the board today, sir.
To get approval of the crematory that we would like to add to our Maryville location in Georgetown, which was formerly the Graham Funeral Home building. We acquired the real estate and have renovated the building and are adding a crematory.
Be ready to show the board why this application should be approved despite any issues.
I'm sorry?
Are you ready to show the board why this application should be approved?
Yes.
Thank you. Like any witnesses to speak?
I'm available if you need me.
Have any additional relevant evidence you would like for us to consider?
No, sir.
Thank you. Your case, any questions on this application?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious, so in the application materials, we have this dockage agreement. So is the facility going to be at a marina?
No, that's my residence.
Okay,
I show that as my residence as manager.
okay, thank you. So you're living on the boat at that marina?
I live on a houseboat, that's correct.
That's nice.
Yes.
Thanks.
It's fun.
Thank you.
Until something tears up, you can just sit there and watch things break.
Right, thank you.
Feel sorry for you.
Tori out of the
No,
marina.
I don't
Okay.
think that would fly.
Okay, I don't think DES would like that. so
No.
thanks.
Thank you. This case has been submitted. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter, or there a motion to go into executive session?
Motion that we approve the crematory with Mr. Miles.
Taylor?
Fire inspection.
Now second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, sir, and good luck.
Thank you.
Next application hearing will be James and Son Funeral Home Limited. This hearing is called to order. This is a matter of James and Son Funeral Home Limited Company. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve a new facility with Patrick T. James as manager of record. Does the board member have any reason to recuse him or herself at this time? Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded, that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Is anyone speaking on behalf of the funeral home? If so, please give your name and relationship for the record.
Patrick Thomas James, owner.
Kiana Belser James, co-owner.
Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
Have you spell your first name for me, please?
Sure, Kiana.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application packet in our material?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please. Reporter and James and Son Funeral Home Limited Company have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packet.
What questions did the staff have concerning this application?
Staff didn't have any questions. Staff just needs a board disposition. Mr. James is here to seek approval for a new facility for James and Sons Funeral Homes in Sumter, South Carolina, with him listed as the manager of record.
James, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter? Okay. You're electing to waive your rights and represent yourself, correct? Thank you. Any questions from the board?
James, is this a existing building or former funeral home that you're opening in, or?
Can you look a little closer
Mr.
to the mic?
James, can you speak into the microphone for us?
It is an existing building, but not a,
I'll be selling pre-need?
not at this time.
Any other questions?
Excuse me, I have a question for staff. Going over the application, is page 75 in the combined materials. Speaks about Mr. James' license number, et cetera, but it doesn't have the date of issuance. He has been licensed long enough to be a manager, is that correct?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
Mr. James has been licensed since October 8th of 2014.
James, I see that you're going to be the manager of the facility as well?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You do understand that you are responsible for all actions at the funeral home, right? You understand clearly? Anything that goes on at James and Sons Funeral Home, you're responsible. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. James, approximately how long? I know there's always delays and things and et cetera. When do you all anticipate being ready and open for service of families?
Hopefully at the end of the year.
James, will you be the only licensed funeral director? Okay.
Can't hear his answer. Couldn't
Could
hear.
you speak up, please, sir?
That is correct.
Like your witnesses to speak, sir?
If need be.
Do you have any additional evidence you would like for us to consider? Any other questions from the board at this time?
Is this your only facility?
That is correct.
James, in my application, unless I'm missing this, do you have any previous employment in funeral service?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that not in the packet, Ms. Mickens?
It's not listed on his application. There's not employment listed on the application.
You enlighten the board on that, where you've worked and how many years and what positions?
When I turned in the application, from my understanding, application changed on 6/30, and that particular new application didn't ask for previous employment information. But I've been employed at Simmons Funeral Home by Paul Simmons as a funeral director.
You tell us how long for the record? Because again, on our paperwork, that's one of the things that's required, is approximately how long?
Since 2019.
Thank you.
Mickens, is the new application, is that omitted?
The current it's not listed on the new application.
Right, I'd like to make a motion, we go to executive session with legal advice.
We have a motion by Mr. Price, go in executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Don, we'll go in executive session. Opposed? During executive session, no votes were taken at that time. Are there any additional questions?
Amos, I have one question. Did you have any previous employment before Simmons Funeral Home?
Yes.
Where did you work before Simmons Funeral Home? Where's that located?
That was in Sumter.
Okay.
And Mr. James, we're just asking, this is the first one we've seen since the new form came out without the, so we don't want you to think we just want to get those questions out. This is the first one we've seen without that employment history on it, so, the new form.
Questions?
As far as your facility, you say you're maybe by the first of the year. Have you even started anything to get, other than going through this procedure of?
No renovations as of yet. I've met with contract and things of that nature, but no actual renovation.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I move that pending final inspection, that this application be approved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Hawkins and a second by Mr. Taylor.
Before y'all vote, just for clarification, the motion is to approve with Mr. James as the manager?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thanks, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you. You all have a good one. Excuse me.
Next will be additional facilities. We have Draper G. Meyer Mortuary, Lake City, Draper Meyer.
Mr. Vice President, I think we have a recusal on this one.
That is correct. I need to recuse myself.
Madam Court Reporter, I already have the recusal form for you. I'll give it to you when we take our next break.
This hearing is called to order. This is a matter of Draper G. Meyer Mortuary, Lake City. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve a new facility with Draper Meyer as manager of record. Does any board member have any reason to recuse him or herself? Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Is there home? If so, please give your name in relationship to this matter.
Wayne Ridgway, counsel for Mr. Myers and his mortuary.
Draper Myers.
Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our material?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please make sure that the court reporter and Draper G. Meyer Mortuary, Lake City have a copy of the application hearing material, including the board's packet, to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packets.
Please tell us why you're before the board here today, sir.
So my name is Wayne Ridgway, and I'm an attorney, practice statewide. For the record, for the court reporter, am representing Mr. Myers, but goodness, I hope he doesn't need legal representation today. I've represented him on a variety of legal matters, never because he was in trouble, but on a variety of business-related matters. And so I really officially am here to represent him, but I am here to listen and gather if there's anything else that I need to assist him with to help this board make a well-informed decision on what it is he's looking for. Mr. Myers currently operates Draper G. Myers Mortuary in Florence, has identified a need and has a desire to open a facility in Lake City. And so as it's my understanding, he is in good standing with this board and with the state. He's jumped through all the necessary hoops with the city of Lake City and Florence County. I think his packet is complete, but certainly Mr. Myers can answer any questions that the board may have.
Does the board have any questions at this time? Mr. Jar, since you put in your application, have you changed residency?
I have not.
Have any additional relevant evidence you'd like for us to consider?
Or other than a driver license.
Any questions from the board?
Myers, what's the time frame you're looking at to open? If you
I guesstimate in the next month and a half. Or before. Depends on approval.
Question for you, sir. The facility or structure you're going to propose to go in, is it this funeral home, a new building you've made into a funeral home, you've renovated the structure into a funeral home? What is it you're doing?
It was actually a house, and the owner of the house turned it into an open floor plan, and so I'm leasing it from them to turn into a chapel and office for viewings. And maybe also if I need to meet with a family that can't make it as far as Florence to my main office.
Every semblance of the word, it will be a branch location, for
Yes, sir.
sure. Okay.
This question is more for staff, but is this one of the new applications for a new facility also? Because there's no line where
This is a new
Off-
application.
office hours are omitted off this application too? Or am I missing that?
You look on page 88 of the PDF, Mr. Taylor, the office hours are listed.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
You're welcome. I was right there sitting on it. I didn't bypass it this time, so.
Any other questions?
You're asking in this application to be named as manager of both locations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your case has been submitted. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter or a motion to go into executive session to receive legal counsel?
If the board have no other question about Mr. Myers' application, I make a motion that we approve the application upon final inspection.
Manager.
Ms. Manager.
Got a motion by Mr. Dixon, second by Mr.
Watson.
Watson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Right. Let's take a break before we.
At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Why don't we resume back here at 11:15? Next case will be change of ownership, Graham and Godwin Funeral Home LLC, Lake City, Michaela Barr. This hearing is called to order. This is a matter of Graham and Godwin Funeral Home LLC. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the change of ownership with Michaela Barr as manager of record. Does the board have any reason to recuse him or herself at this time? Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the funeral home? If so, please give your name and record of relationship to this matter.
Owner of Graham and Godwin Funeral Home, Lake City.
Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Ms. Barr, when you speak, if you could get very uncomfortably close to that microphone and make sure that red light lights up, that makes sure everybody can hear what you're saying.
Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our material?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please make sure that the court reporter and Graham and Godwin Funeral Home LLC have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir, they have their packets.
What questions did staff have concerning this application?
This change of ownership application, although board did give delegation for staff to approve these at a staff level, there were questions in it with legal issues, so this was referred over to legal.
Mr. Vice President, the specific questions that came up for us as staff related to the date that this facility was transferred over to Ms. Barr, which in the paperwork reflects a date of June 30th of this year, but the personal representative appointment order from the probate court did not appoint the PR who completed that transfer until July 11th. So it looks like we have a break in time where perhaps the PR did not actually have authority to do the transfer yet. And so we asked Ms. Barr to appear to address that question. It may be that she has updated transfer paperwork for us. I'm not sure.
So Graham and Godwin initially was co-owned by my father and I. Starting in 2020, as soon as I left college, the operating agreement that we've had, and it was stated in the previous operating agreement,
Ms. Barr, can I pause you for just 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
We have a couple questions we have to ask
I'm
before you
sorry.
testify.
I'm sorry about that. My apologies.
While they're looking, while they're getting ready for that, first of all, please accept the condolences of this board in the loss of your father. Our prayers, our thoughts have been with you and continue to be with you and your family.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Barr, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir, I'm not.
You have the right to be represented by counsel of your choosing in this matter.
Yes, sir, I do.
So you're electing to waive your right and represent yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are you ready to show the board why this application should be approved despite any issues raised by staff? Okay.
Barr, now you can testify. You can tell us what you were saying. That's okay.
Yeah, so previously, back in 2020, I'm trying to make it as short as possible. During the transition of trying to get my father's paper, apparently he was having an issue with the ownership issue. He thought he owned 50-50 of the ownership of the old funeral home due to his passing of his Philip Lemon, his business partner, back in 2016, to my recollection. So found out he's the full owner. Came home 2020. We ended up being co-owners. We created a operating agreement at the time. The reason being I dismissed the PR paperwork at the time was because at the time of death, because it was during COVID time, we had deemed it possible for, if my father was to pass, my mother would just take over his 50% share. I was to pass, because I'm not married, my sister would deemed my 50% shares. So that's how our operating agreement deemed possible. At the time of his passing, that operating agreement was technically still in effect. So that's why we didn't worry about the PR paperwork, because technically in his case, his his estate is basically for his personal, not his business aspects. So that's why we had my mother just agree. She agreed to just go ahead and give me her 50, because she never associated herself with the funeral home to begin.
Did you provide a copy of that older operating agreement
Yes, ma'am.
with
And
this application?
not sure with this application, but I know it's in the filed records, along with the other court orders and everything else.
Ms. Pickens, could we pause for a few minutes and maybe take a look at our records to see if we have a copy of that old operating agreement?
I have a copy if you need it too as well.
I was going to say, if you have a copy, we can make copies of it. And tell me which file you're saying it's in.
Not quite sure, because apparently some files was being mixed up into our Graham and Shepherd's funeral home account, and I'm not quite sure.
But you have a copy of that document, is
Yes,
what you're
ma'am, I
saying?
do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can we get staff to make copies for the board, please?
I have copies for you guys as well, 'cause from the last time we were supposed to.
She was saying that she has copies from the last time they were supposed to be here, but she's not quite sure if she has enough, so she's going to see if she has enough already. Yeah, let me take a look real quick before we copy it. And Madam Court Reporter, when we get this to you, if we could mark it as applicants 1 or states 2, whichever type of sticker you have. As far as the members receive this, they may need just a few minutes to read through it.
Ms. Barr, I have a question. I see on part of the operating agreement, it mentions Shepherd's Funeral Home. Can you enlighten me?
There's a pre-story to all of it, but short story to it. Shepherd's is owned by me direct, which was open last year. Since my father's death, I kind of stepped back as the co-owner. The reason why I was not listed on the files as the co-owner for the board, during the time of doing our filings, when we did our initial filings back in 2020, it was said to us that since my dad relinquished 50% of his majority shares, well, 50% of his shares is not deemed as majority, is it 50-50? So if he gave away 51%, that's when we had to come to the board for a change in ownership. So long story short, due to the years, I let him kind of just run it, let him do what he wanted. I stepped aside, went and opened up Shepherd's last year. Now I have a business that I can't really do anything to because I just want to make sure I do things in the proper and decent and order. So that's why I'm coming to you today to be the manager.
I just saw in the operating agreement, it said Shepherd Funeral Home LLC shall hold 100% ownership of Graham and Goblin Funeral Home LLC upon execution.
Yes, sir, because Graham and Godwin has no assets.
So is the funeral home going to be called Graham and Godwin, or is it going to be Good Shepherd?
I'm keeping it as Graham and Godwin Funeral Home because that was something that we always kept. It's just going to be underneath owned by Shepherd's Funeral Home. So basically listed as a list of Shepherd's Funeral Homes in the future. It's only I know you're trying to figure out about the managing part. My house is 2 minutes away from Graham and Godwin. We live so close. The cities are close. It's a 4-minute drive as well to my minute drive as well to my other facility. So it's very close commute. So that's how it's deemed possible. If you're wanting, just in case.
I didn't read far enough down, but I do see in here where it says upon execution, Philip C. Barr through Shepherd's Funeral Home LLC shall become sole 100% member of and owner of Graham and Godwin Funeral Home. I didn't get that
Yes,
far
sir.
down, so
Yes, sir.
I have a question for staff. What's the status of Graham and Godwin Funeral Home? Are they open? Are they closed? What's the status of Graham and Godwin?
Currently, Graham and Godwin has a license, but it does not have a manager.
Well, on this application, she's got checked change of ownership, change of contact information, and change of facility manager.
Correct.
Want to be proposed, you're asking to be proposed manager, okay.
Correct.
How long has Graham and Godwin been operating without a manager of record?
I've been under medical leave. My father passed in June. Manager for a week. I fired him for a month. So we had a 30-day window. I think it was a few days. I think it's probably been just a month or a month and a half, probably no manager. But honestly, it wasn't operatable anyway. So we just kind of let it be and see how we go from here. That's all.
And I have a question. So the Shepherd's Funeral Home is operating and running?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in a separate location than Graham and Godwin? Okay.
And for the record, I have the manager officially resigned sent a resignation letter in July 1.
Ms. Mickens, for clarity of the record, you're referring to the former manager of Graham and Godwin.
Correct.
Thank you.
And so the thought is, Ms. Barr, to keep Graham and Godwin name Graham and Godwin, and to keep Shepherd's name Shepherd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And your employees, are there employees currently at Graham and Godwin?
Right now, no. It's a clean slate from Graham and Godwin at this point.
And then at Shepherd's, do you have employees there?
Yeah, Shepherd's has his own staff, is run by his own staff. Right now, it's me and 3 other people for Graham and Godwin, just trying to build up the way it's supposed to be, that's all.
Sorry, I've had so many questions, but
Um,
when you are on the record, the operating agreement for Graham and Godwin starting February 2013 roundabout, and then you started Shepherd's in January 2024, is that right? So what was kind of the interplay between the two? Were you silent in Graham and Godwin and running Shepherd's? Just give us a...
Basically, I stepped away. There was a personal family conflict, so I just stepped away. But I let my dad run the business because, 1, I owned the property, and 2, we were just trying to make sure he kept away. Long story short, there were a few, I'm going to call them hiccups along the way, to where the business was not being run properly. There were some court things involved where he was removed from the facility. Only due to liability purposes. So he just decided to operate it elsewhere. What I did I was supposed to be by court order. It was a court order for me to run the business, but it was not deemed possible due to, the seniority part of it. So just to dismiss the fighting portion, step back, took a few months for a issue, opened up Shepherd's a few months later,
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone at Graham and Godwin who is a Graham or who is a Godwin?
My descendants are Grahams from my mother's side. That's where Graham and Godwin came from. My daddy bought into the business years later because he always worked there. But as of right now, all of the Grahams in the sense, Graham and Godwins are dead. right now, so it's been transferred over. Grams are really Fulmores, if that makes more sense. So I'm just keeping the name as of a historic.
And then with the Shepherd Funeral Home, was that the name when you purchased it and then you kept?
No, ma'am. The Shepherds actually was built completely from ground up by myself. It came from the script. That name. I'm sorry. That's how we came up with that name. I just decided to not put my last name to anything, basically, because you just never know who's buying.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Barr, I'm just reviewing the copy of the operating agreement for Graham and Godwin Funeral Home that you provided to us, trying to find the provision that you described about that upon your father's death, his 50% would automatically transfer to your mother, and so on and so forth. I am having trouble finding that. Can you tell me which portion of this agreement that is in?
So to my recollection, we did talk to Ms. Mickens about it. On the page where you see signatures of Fernanda and Barbara Barr, the spousal portion, the complete details is in my office. I had a medical issue, so I wasn't in my office to send it to Ms. Mickens, but I still can send it to you. But that portion you see with his signature showing that that he did have a spouse, that was just for the regulation of filing. We just didn't want people in our business on the deceased aspect for will. Well, he didn't have a will, but my willing purposes, because I was not married, so that's why we did that. So, but I can provide you with the details.
Does any board member have any other questions?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion, we go into executive session.
John, we have a motion by Mr. Taylor, second by Mr. Price. Go into executive session. Legal advice, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion by Mr. Dickerson. Second by Barry Watson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Additional questions from the board?
Yes, sir. May I start? Okay. And Ms. Barr, I'm looking through the Graham and Godwin Funeral Home LLC operating agreement, and it looks like in here around Article 6 with dissolution, that the LLC, upon the death of a member, is dissolved within 30 days unless a vote is taken. Do you have any documentation of you having, any sort of formality? I know it's only one left, but a vote or anything like that you can share with us?
That part again for me, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Article 6 of the Graham and Godwin Funeral Home LLC operating agreement. Article 6, I don't have page numbers, but Article 6, so this talks about dissolution of this LLC. And it says here under 6.1 that the death of a member dissolves that LLC unless there's a vote within 30 days of the remaining members, which would be you. Do you have any documentation of a vote or any sort of documentation of?
We do have my meetings notes, but that meeting notes occurred twice. We mentioned, I'm not gonna sugarcoat this part. So we mentioned the first time we had the meetings, I was in the hospital. I appoint my mother as the person to run the things because I physically couldn't at the time. So that's on the 19th. We really did everything paper-wise. On the 30th, that's when I was out of the hospital. And that's when, that was just really out of a courtesy. I know out of my will, we had the details of the assets of Graham and Godwin because Graham and Godwin is legally, the property is legally owned by myself. So that's why we did it as a courtesy for my mom just to go ahead and appoint for my father. And due to the situation at hand of passing, I just didn't want any bias at the time because that's why we appointed her double appointed her really in that sense, to just basically run his 50% portion, in my case. But due to the fact, we didn't have to go to his estate or I didn't have to do that, she ended up telling me because she found out there was a whole lot of other mess that she didn't want to take care of that time too, which I understood. So she just kind of relinquished back to me and the rest.
And I am sorry to hear about your hospitalization, probably though, and I hope you're on the mend. So I didn't mean to,
No,
there's a lot
fine.
going on.
No,
So
that's fine.
Follow up on that. Do you have a copy of those minutes
I
on either
think
one of those meetings that you can provide today?
it was in the packet, the new packet, I think. I'm not quite. I know it was asked about. I think I talked to Ms. Shimon about it. I think that's when I sent all that to her with the minutes. I'm not quite sure if I have that, though. But I can provide it for you because I do have that documentation on my computer. Ms. Barr, did you email those to Shimon? I'm looking through it now. I think I did because we mentioned it about the minutes because of the new packet. If not, I can email that to you. And it's just basic dates. But the reason being for that meeting was basically really just a courtesy, just to kind of, keep things moderated. But as my lawyer has stated a while back, he was just stating that, I didn't have to appoint my mother at the time because there was an appointed court order at the time. And also, I also didn't have to appoint her or accommodate her due to the status of it, due to the situation that, like you said, once you dissolve, he passed away, it just basically relinquished away. So the rest of the minutes is basically really a courtesy, but I can provide it for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have another one just
No, that's
about the
fine. Go
paperwork.
ahead.
So when, do you have anything that you sent to Ms. Mickens regarding the transfer of assets, like any sort of estate paperwork or anything like that, showing that your mom gets, or your mother, sorry, gets ownership once your father passed?
No, the estate portion wasn't business-wise. We made sure of that. I mean, if you need it, you can, but the ownership portion of it, I don't think me and my mother have any problem with the ownership portion. So we're just trying to get the manager part, but if you need it, that's fine. That's not a problem.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Ms. Barr, has Grimm and Godwin conducted any services since July 1?
July 1, no, sir. They have not conducted a service since June of supposedly the 17th, June 17th, 2025.
Are there any additional questions? Sorry.
Ms. Barr, if I may, who is, regards to Graham and Godwin, who is Barr?
That's my little sister. She's 19.
On their website now, she's listed under the staff as co-owner. Is that correct?
That's a typo from the new website designer. She's just really listed as a committee member in that sense, but not a co-owner, no, sir.
Not active in the business? Okay.
She helps out as my physical labor, but she doesn't really act as anything into the business.
And Ms. Barr, I see too on the website, when I navigate to it, it says Graham and Godwin owned by Shepherds. And, our concern is, since that hadn't been approved yet, making sure that's not represented unless that's approved.
Well, that new one wasn't supposed to be published. There was an old website with the prior, I think, information from. I think when I sent that's on the designers. I gave the young man the information, just basically there was an old prior website. If you look up Graham and Godwin, I want to say fh.com, it actually has just the actual name, not owned by Shepherds. That website wasn't supposed to have been published yet, but to my knowledge, it was published later. He must be did something with Google or something. So my apologies.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and until you have unless and until it's approved by the board, that needs to be changed because of the way it's represented right now. If anybody searches, it says Graham and Godwin owned by Shepherds. and there's some advertisement out there reflecting that as well.
That's fine.
That needs to be done effective immediately.
Okay, so as of today, that's what I'm just trying to figure out the manager portion of it though. So you're saying that basically it's not going to be approved today, as to my knowledge. That's what I'm asking. If it's effective immediately, I'm not able. I mean, as in right now, no, until I leave. But I'm just trying to figure out
The board
the
hasn't
sense.
voted.
Okay, that's
yet,
what I was
but
asking.
If the board does not approve change of ownership, then I believe that's what Mr. Dickerson is saying, that it would need to be corrected today. Is that correct, Mr. Dickerson? Thank you.
Are there any, I was going to ask everybody, Mr. Vice Chair, I move that we accept the change of management part of the application for Graham and Godiman Funeral Home, making with Ms. Barr as the manager at this time. And we will make another disposition for the rest of that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve management of Ms. Barr as all in favor?
The pending inspection, right?
Oh, pending inspection. Excuse me. I'd like to amend that to pending inspection.
Yes, sir.
Clarity and understanding. Motion that we are voting on is change of manager to Ms. Barr, but we are tabling the change of,
We are, what the motion is at hand is only the change of manager only. The other parts B, C, D, and E will be addressed with another motion.
Any more questions from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Or you've been named manager and realized that you are responsible for everything that happens at that funeral home.
Right, for the change of ownership, I'm going to ask advice counsel to read that for me.
Mr. Price, my understanding is that you would like to move to deny change of ownership for now, because the change of ownership documentation presented to this board today does not appear to be in order. Specifically, that there does not appear to be meeting minutes or other documents that demonstrate that a vote was taken within 30 days after the untimely passing of Mr. Barr to indicate that Graham and Godwin Funeral Home would continue to operate. Alternatively, the inheritance provision in the Graham and Godwin operating agreement that Ms. Barr testified to earlier does not appear to actually be in the operating agreement documents presented to us today. And that alternatively to that, that if the transfer was trying to be done through Ms. Barr's mother as personal representative for Fernando Barr's estate, that because her PR appointment paperwork was not issued by the probate court until July 11th of 2025, that transfer paperwork done prior to that date on June 30th of 2025 would not actually be effective because she did not have the PR powers on June 30th. Have I stated your motion correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Question, if that's fine.
Yeah, let us go ahead and vote.
Go ahead, that's what I was
first.
asking about the minutes. I assume I thought it was attached to this operating agreement. That's what I'm asking, because the date is on the new operating agreement for the business itself. Graham business?
It was not in the packet that we received.
No, I was asking just about the date. I said maybe it got, not attached to it, but the date for the new operating agreement for Graham and Godwin is within that 30 days. That's what I was asking.
I understand what you're saying, but the documentation has to be submitted to the board for them to consider it. And right now, we have a motion on the floor.
And I second the motion.
All in favor? Aye. Nays? The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Counsel for the board will prepare a document which will be more fully express our conclusion in the appropriate language and format which the board has traditionally used. The final written decision must be approved by and signed by the board president and will be the final order in this matter. If you wish to appeal the order, you must appeal to the administrative law court within 30 days of receipt of the order. This concludes this hearing.
Mickens, has lunch arrived?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thing before we leave, Ms. Mickens, on the new application, we asked that the funeral service 5 years be added back to the application, if possible.
Okay, I'll review it.
I think they're talking about the funeral manager form.
Yeah, the management form.
Okay, I'll review it, okay.
At this time, we're going to take a lunch break. 30 minutes, 45. It's 12:35. Is everybody good with meeting back at 1? Does that give everybody plenty of time, or do we need to stretch it? Started back up. This hearing is called to order. This is a matter of George Funeral Home and Cremation Center, LLC. Excuse me. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the change of ownership with Larry Williams as manager of record. Does any board member have any reason to recuse him or herself at this time? Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the funeral home? If so, please give your name and the relationship.
Larry Williams, proposed manager.
Terry Young, owner of George Funeral Home.
La Jessica Stringfellow, counsel for Terry and Larry.
Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Both.
Sorry, Madam Court Reporter, did both witnesses swear? Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our material?
Yes, sir, it is.
Court Reporter and George Funeral Home and Cremation Center, LLC have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packets.
What questions did the staff have concerning this application?
Staff needs a board disposition. Although this application can be approved, the board gave authority to staff to approve this on the staff level. There were issues that came up regarding some of legal matters, and this application was referred to our advice council.
Mr. Vice President, the specific concern that was raised has to do with an interpretation of South Carolina Code 40-19-295, of which I've given each of the board members a printed copy of that statute today. Specifically, George Funeral Home has been previously owned by Cody Lee Anderson. Many of you may recall that Mr. Anderson is currently under a temporary suspension related to some things that went on with his funeral business. And this transfer, as part of this transfer, Mr. Anderson, it is our understanding, will have no operational authority over the funeral home. However, he will be able to be the beneficiary of proceeds from the funeral home through an irrevocable trust agreement that has been set up. And all the documents related to sort of that setup of the business and the transfer to Miss Terry Lee Young, all of that is in your packet. It's also our understanding that Miss Young will be the trustee of that irrevocable trust. But because of this being a new statute, we felt like this needed to come before the board, essentially for review to determine, is a setup as has been proposed here in compliance with this statute.
Are you ready to show the board why this application should be approved despite any issues raised by staff?
Yes, sir.
Like to speak on your behalf?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. The reason why I'm here now is to become the manager of George Funeral Home. Ms. Terry here, Ms. Terry Young is going to be the owner, and I'm going to be there just to be the manager to oversee and be responsible for any and everything that goes on there.
Ms. Young, would you like to say anything?
Not unless you ask me a question.
Yes, ma'am. Do any of the board members have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Wright, I do. Ms. Young, you are the mother of Mr. Anderson, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Williams, you were in here a couple months ago, if I recall correctly,
Correct?
wanting to open up a crematory, I believe, in the North Augusta area.
Oh, sir, I wanted to open up a funeral establishment in
Very
North
good.
Augusta
Thank
area. Yes, sir.
Want to open up an establishment. You had turned in paperwork from LLC that had to do with a vape shop, and then you had turned in another set of paperwork from a LLC that had Mr. Anderson's name listed. And I believe at that time you said you had no business dealings or anything along those lines with Mr. Anderson. Am I recalling that correctly?
That is correct. Those are typos on there that should not have been in that packet that he was trying to help me with, and that was it.
So since then, you were in his employ, I suppose, if you were the proposed manager.
Yes, I was working as assistant. Yeah, I'm the proposed manager. I was working there for him.
Thank you.
But if I may add, once again, he and I had never had any dealings. My ideology was I was going to do my own business, and he was helping me. As it stands right now, he is no longer allowed to be at the facility due to, I guess, the board's decision, so he doesn't even come there.
Well, that comment, quite frankly, is a little bit concerning to me, saying that it's a board decision. It's according to South Carolina law.
That's
that
correct.
he is
That is
not able
correct.
to- It doesn't have anything to do with the board.
Right, well.
Laws are made across the river.
Yeah.
That big old block building.
Yeah. Well, I
They
stand to be
not
corrected.
they not made here. So
Yeah.
that's also kind of concerning if you want to be the manager and then you don't know the law of the state of South Carolina.
I understand that. That stand to be corrected.
So is this location different than the location that you proposed to open back in April?
Yes, it's a different location. This is the same George Funeral Home. The one I was going to open up in April. However, I was unable to open that because I exhausted all my funds, and there were some more things that needed to be done, and I didn't have enough money. So I continued to stay as an employee there of George Funeral Home.
So are you currently employed by was it Jordan Funeral Home?
George Funeral
Oh,
Home.
George, I'm sorry. George Funeral Home, you're currently employed there?
Yes.
Okay. And your plans now are to not open the funeral establishment that you came for in April, but to do this venture instead?
Yes.
Is that right?
If possible, yes.
Just for clarification, when you come before us in April, you were employed with George Funeral Home at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Mr. Anderson was the owner at that time, correct?
Yes, sir, he was. And he, like I say, I was wanting to do my own facility, if you will, but I ran out of funds, and there were some more compliances to the building I was trying to get.
And sir, you're the sole member of this LLC that you've given us. What's your relationship to this LLC, the George Funeral Home and Cremation Center LLC?
Okay, where I stand at with this right now, with the new application, I'm just going to be the manager and oversee everything and all things that go on. And once again, Ms. Terry will be the owner.
I can maybe provide a little bit of clarity to what you're asking. So Terry Young bought the ownership interest from Cody Anderson from CL Holdings LLC. Her LLC that she established is George Funeral Home LLC. That is the technical entity that would be owning the funeral home. She's sole member of that LLC. In the operating agreement, it explicitly states that Cody Anderson is not to have any authority or any deal with the funeral home. And that is the reason why Larry Williams has been appointed manager that will handle the day-to-day operations of the facility. And as it's already been explained, there is a irrevocable trust that does allow Cody Anderson to receive financial benefits from the funeral home, but he will not have any interaction or dealings with the funeral home whatsoever.
Okay, and my question to you, Ms. Stringfellow, or to Ms. Young, the ownership, will you explain to me how that purchase occurred? Just give us a little background. You purchased the entire ownership interest from Mr. Anderson? I'm just trying to walk it
Yes.
back from, okay, and
It's 100% interest of the funeral home from CL Holdings LLC. I believe that bill of sale may have been provided in the application packet as
okay, I'm going to look up that bill of sale if it's in here.
4. I'm looking at it, it's 134.
May I ask, did you pay what you consider to be fair market value for that ownership interest?
Probably $1 million.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to, get in any sensitive area, just if you consider it to be fair market value. Thank you.
So we have reviewed the 40-19-295 as well as the other statutes that govern funeral establishments, and we believe that the sale of the ownership interest to this new LLC, which Terry Young is the sole member of, satisfies the statutory requirements as set forth, and that there are by appointing Larry Williams as the manager for the facility going forward, would satisfy all of the statutory requirements.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Am I overlooking something on the application for amendment to the funeral facility ownership, but it doesn't say anything about a manager or anything like that? Who's managing? Is it in operation now?
I'm doing interim now.
The previous manager did turn in a resignation to the board.
When was that, ma'am, Ms. Miggins?
Madam Court Reporter, because the board members are asking Ms. Mickens a couple questions, can we put her under oath as well, please?
Yes, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
And Ms. Mickens, for the prior questions that were asked, can you affirm that the answer you gave was truthful in accordance with the oath that you've just sworn?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Williams, just so I can be clear about what we're doing today, even though the application says that it's for change of ownership of this facility, it would also be for change of facility manager to have you named as manager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, the resignation that was received by the board says effective August 6, 2025.
Williams, how long have you been a licensed funeral director in our state?
I think since 2022. I can't recall. I think probably about 2022.
As you understand, is the George Funeral Home involved in selling pre-need?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor, with regard to your question to Mr. Williams about how long he's been licensed, if you go to page 132 of the combined packet, his date of license issuance is listed on the application as December 16th of 2021. So
All right.
just a little bit
Like I said,
longer.
yeah, it's a little bit longer. Like I said, I know I've been like this for a while. I can't recollect it. But thank you, though.
The address of the funeral home, 211 Park Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Does any of the board members have? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cox, I couldn't hear your question. Can you?
Still live in Georgia? Yes, sir. I want to say about 15 miles away from the mortuary. Yes.
Licensed funeral director in the state of Georgia as well?
Yes, sir.
Do any board members have any further questions this time?
I'm just trying to get a clear understanding. Is C.L. Anderson holding the trust? Is that trust that we're,
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question.
is the C.L. Anderson Holdings, is that the trust that we're talking about?
Would you prefer to answer that question, ma'am?
Sure. So the C.L. Anderson Holdings was the former registered facility or entity that was operating as George Funeral Home. That entity sold its ownership shares to Terry Young as George Funeral Home LLC. The irrevocable trust that you're referencing is 211 Park Avenue Irrevocable Trust Agreement. I don't have a page number to direct you to, but. That answer the question that you're asking, sir?
I'm just trying to see the separation.
Mr. Hawkins, were you trying to find the actual trust agreement document in the combined package? I believe that begins on page 173 of the combined materials. And I think it's a 3 or 4 page document. 173, I believe, is where it begins on the combined documents.
Ms. Young, what was the motivation behind setting up this irrevocable trust agreement?
So the motivation is everyone's aware that there were some issues with Cody Anderson's license. And so in order to keep this facility operating, to continue to serve the community, this transfer of ownership was taken to protect the business, protect this vital piece of the community, and just to move forward in a proper manner.
Ms. Young, for clarity of the record, because technically your attorney can't testify, can't provide evidence, do you affirm that the answer she just gave is the answer that you would have stated as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
And what was the motivation for Mr. Anderson as beneficiary, 100% beneficiary?
That was just a part, my understanding is that was a part of the terms for the ownership transfer, that he, should the company continue, or the funeral home continue to be successful and make a profit, that he would receive financial benefits as deemed appropriate by the trustee, which is all very young.
Okay, but Ms. Young, is it your affirmation to the board that Mr. Anderson's going to have no say, no interest, no word in what happens? He's just getting 100% profit, if any?
About 100% profit, but he will have nothing to do with the company. There's bills to be paid, so, I mean, property be transferred, so, all that, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Employees do you have?
As it stands right now, we probably have some part-time employees, but I would be the only full-time employee here, but we have part-time employees. Probably about 4 or 5. We'll just say 5, if needed.
Gentlemen are licensed or?
We have one, Erin, but she's licensed.
I'm also full-time, but I'm administrative assistant, so I don't involve.
President, or Mr. Vice President, Mr. Wright, if no one else has any more questions, I would like to make a motion. We go into executive session for legal advice, please.
We have a motion by Mr. Price to go in legal session.
I second.
One by Mr. Hawkins, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This time,
Ms. Stringfield, just as a reminder, because of the transfer that has purportedly occurred from Mr. Anderson to Ms. Young, please remind Mr. Anderson that he does need to go ahead and surrender the old license back to LLR. They're not properly licensed now because a transfer has taken place. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Item number 10, application hearings, funeral director and/or embalmer application. First one up will be Frederick Scott York.
Mr. York, for the court reporter, can you please spell your first name so that she has the proper spelling?
Yes, first name is Frederick.
This hearing is called to order. This is a matter of Frederick Scott York. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the endorsement application of Frederick Scott York for licensure in the state as a funeral director and embalmer. Does any board member have any reason to accuse his or herself? Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Mr. York, do you have any witnesses you can call on your behalf today?
Not with me today, sir.
At this time, Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the applicant. Please give your name for the record and your relationship to the matter.
Frederick Scott York, employee of Gordon Funeral Service, Monroe, North Carolina.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Pickens, is the complete application package in our material?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Please make certain that the court reporter and Mr. York have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their copies.
What questions did the staff have concerning this application packet?
Staff needs a board disposition. Mr. York is here to receive a licensure by endorsement. However, Mr. York has only been licensed in the state of North Carolina since August of 2024.
Are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
You have the right to be represented by counsel if you're choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
You're let to waive your rights and represent yourself instead, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Please tell us why you're here before the board today, sir.
Primarily to get licensure in the state of South Carolina, as where I currently work and live, I'm very close to the border. Client families that we work with sometimes step over that border for disposition, and it just makes things cleaner and easier on our end with the company as opposed to having to pull in a third-party funeral home that is licensed in South Carolina to meet the legal obligations there.
And tell me again, I'm sorry, when were you licensed in North Carolina?
That would have been August of 2024. I believe the effective date was the 24th, but I might be wrong on that.
First.
So basically a year.
Yes, 1 full year and 3 days.
Thank you, sir. Any board members have any questions?
York, are you currently employed with Gordon's in Monroe?
That is correct.
Are you seeking to move to a South Carolina funeral home, or is just, let me try that again. This is just primarily to cover you if y'all come across state lines,
That is correct.
because I'm on the other side of the coin. I'm in
Yeah.
North Carolina because we go across the line. So you're not seeking employment in our state. This is just to cover you if you come across for an interment, and you're cutting me out of the fee of helping y'all. Understand?
Well, not for far distance, but, with where we're located, Union County specifically, we're right, like our funeral home's 15 minutes from the border. I've got client families that they live in Waxhaw. their church is right across the line. They want to do a funeral there, bury there, and, I can't do that because I'm not licensed. So yes, in a sense, you're correct, but not trying to pull you out of those fees, sorry.
And I have a question for you as well. So it says you did 30 months of apprenticeship? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay.
And that's the big blue binder. I'm sorry, I don't have one of these for each of you, but if y'all want to review that, you're welcome to pass it around. This is all my apprenticeship documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. York, can you kind of describe for us the information we would find in that blue binder if you had put a full copy of that into the record today?
Yes, so basically the way that, I don't know if you're familiar with North Carolina standard, but every month we have to submit a work report. Basically, your funeral director, activities, arranging with families, conducting services, et cetera. And then for funeral service licensee, it's the same for embalming. So there's embalming reports in here, activities performed, raising arteries, injecting, cavity treatment, et cetera. And I have a primary report with activities performed per day of the month. And then each individual case has their own unique report for that person. And that's from, I began March of 22, I believe, if I remember right. So it's from then until I certified apprenticeship prior to taking my board exams in 2024.
York, do you have an idea of approximately how many funeral directing cases you worked during your apprenticeship time, as well as how many embalming cases you worked during that time?
Probably about 200, 300 respectively.
And Madam Court Reporter, although I don't think he's going to put it into the record, I just want to state for the record that it appears that this blue file that Mr. York is referring to is about 2.5 inches thick or so. So it is a sizable file, maybe 3 inches.
It's a little bulky in my desk, so. I was trying to look. I thought I had these digitized, and I was looking through that earlier, but I don't have them access to them on my phone. But I do have those records back at my work office. Should the board require those, I can send them to you.
Any further questions by the board? Do you have any additional relevant evidence you'd like to consider?
No, not me personally, no, sir.
No additional questions from board? Thank you. Your case has been submitted. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter, or is there a motion to go into executive session to receive legal advice at this time?
No other questions or concerns from the board. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this based on the fact of 30 months apprenticeship, 1 year serving as a licensed funeral director. He come very prepared, and I think more than anything, if we took the time to look at his scores in school, I'll hire you to tutor my daughters in Mortuary College now.
Thank you, sir.
I have a motion by Mr. Taylor and a second by Mr. Hawkins. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir, and good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for cutting me out of my opening and closing fee. Never worked with him, just messing with it. Poor guy had to sit here.
This hearing is called to order. This is a matter of Chad C. Cotton. The purpose of the hearing is to determine if the board will approve endorsement application of Chad C. Cotton for licensures in the state as funeral director. Do any board members have any reason to recuse him or herself at this time? Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the president. Mr. Cott, do you have any witnesses you intend to call on your behalf today?
No, sir.
At this time, Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the application. Sir, please give your full name for the record in relationship to the matter.
Chad Christian Cotton, apprentice funeral director with A Simple Service Burial and Cremation of Lancaster, South Carolina.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application packet in our material?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please make certain that the court reporter and Mr. Cotton have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked at State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packets.
What questions did the staff have concerning the application packet?
Staff needs a board disposition. This application could not be approved at staff level because Mr. Cotton has only been licensed in the state of North Carolina since October the 30th of 2023.
Are you represented by counsel, sir?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
You're elected to waive this right and represent yourself instead, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please tell us why you're here before the board today, sir.
Thank you, folks, for having me. The reason I'm here is to petition to be granted my funeral director's license. Currently, I serve as an apprentice for our Lancaster location under the management of Jacqueline Duncan. Ms. Duncan has had some health issues and is wanting to take a step back. My job since taking over in March of last year has been to see all families and conduct basically all business under her license. And we are asking that we be granted the licensure so that we can continue to operate in compliance, so that she can take a step back to focus on some family matters and things of that nature because of her age, as well as the board to take into consideration the extensive amount of experience that has been reviewed given in my letters of recommendation, testing scores, things of that nature.
Does any board member have any questions at this time?
Yes, I do. Well, my first question is, on your application, it says 17 months of apprenticeship, but when I'm looking at your employment history, it looks like you apprenticed in Virginia for 4 years, in North Carolina for what seems like almost 2 years, and then you're an apprentice now. Is all of that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the 4 years, maybe 3 years of apprenticeship in Virginia, is that right?
3.5 years, yes.
Okay. And so the 17 months you referenced was the North Carolina apprenticeship?
Yes, that was with Twyford Funeral Home in Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So you have this period. Let's see. I guess that's several years in Virginia, and then the 17 months in North Carolina, and then the maybe year and a half in South Carolina.
Correct.
Okay. It's just seeing 17 months and then seeing there's a lot more experience on your, sort of drawn out employment history.
If I may, I can explain the reason being on that. I was, of course, a graduate with my North Carolina license. I took a position to better, myself financially and health benefits, things of that nature. And throughout the process, once completing the apprenticeship, the Virginia board decided not to approve licensure for me because apparently I did not meet their 62-hour requirement. So I remained on staff and then decided to make my way back to North Carolina. And unfortunately, there was some issues there that are out of my control administratively. I had to repeat an apprenticeship in North Carolina in order to be able to be granted my license. So that's why there's so much extensive history there. But I would hope that the amount of history there would appease the board in showing that I do have the whole qualifications of experience.
Mr. Cotton, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. York. Can you estimate for us approximately how many funeral directing cases you have worked on during your various apprenticeships and the number of embalming cases you have worked on during those times too?
For Virginia, I would say close to 300 families, as well as probably 200 embalmings. We did a lot of trade work for companies in West Virginia. In North Carolina, I had met with 200 families and completed 100 embalmings.
Cotton, just for a point of clarification, on this application, you're a dual licensed apprentice in the state of South Carolina currently,
Correct.
but you us to grant by endorsement funeral director's license.
Correct.
And what is your plan for the embalming side of the house?
The embalming side of the house, I plan to return to college and finish my embalming portion. Having a young child and being a one-income household, as well as, you know, basically overseeing, you know, this funeral home, it's hard to be able to go in and actual sit for a class, being that there are no South Carolina, you know, schools that offer an online program. So I am being, you know, I'm going to finish out my education online, most likely through Gupton Jones.
Any further questions from the board?
Yes, I got one, Mr. Vice President. You said that Virginia did not license you when you were there?
Correct.
Did they say why?
Because they wanted a 62 credit hour system from the school, even for a funeral director's position, which made no sense to me because it was the equivalent of an associate's degree, and what I have is a diploma. So this was something new that they had just started in Virginia, and you know that it would be a split licensure, and there was a lot of question as to, you know, how that process would work. So unfortunately, I had to take the fall on that since they had not, you know, put together an actual plan to structure for the Virginia split licensure.
So you did complete the apprenticeship, or did you not?
I did.
All right. You did. So in North Carolina, is that, you didn't finish North Carolina apprenticeship? Did you finish North Carolina apprenticeship?
Yes, I finished all requirements for both states.
And you didn't get North Carolina, the reason why you didn't get licensed in North Carolina? Are you licensed there?
Yes, I am currently licensed in North Carolina, have been since October 31st of 2023. And the reason for moving to South Carolina was to be closer to my family, for my daughter, to be closer to her grandparents. So this opportunity just kind of fell in my lap with housing and everything needed to guarantee my family a great future. So we jumped on the opportunity to come to the state of South Carolina.
Other questions by the board? Or do you have any additional relevant evidence you'd like us to consider?
No, sir.
Thank you. Your case has been submitted. Is there a motion as to disposition of this matter, or is there a motion to go into executive session to receive legal advice in this matter?
concerns, given the extensive amount of apprenticeship within 3 states. No reason not to grant funeral director's license after passing the state law exam.
Thank you.
Motion, do we have a second? Calcutt. Second by Mr. Calcutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Yes, sir. Okay, there's a couple people need about a 5-minute break. We're turning here at 2:30. That's 4 minutes. Not a manager.
Are we back up now?
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
thank you.
Mr. Vice President, this item is a request for a delegation of authority to the board president to suspend funeral home facilities when they exceed the 30-day grace period, essentially for hiring a new manager. We've seen through various cases, not just today, but previously before this board, that sometimes funeral homes have some difficulty locating a new manager when one resigns or passes away and whatnot. And so the request for this would be that historically in the past, what we've had to do is wait till we have another board meeting, schedule them to come in to talk to the board, and would do a temporary suspension order if they still did not have an idea of who the next manager might be. Because we know in the statutes they're only really supposed to be given about a 30-day grace period to find that before they at least get their application in. For those who are not able to locate somebody within those 30 days and for the protection of the public, we think somebody on the board needs to have some sort of authority to look at that situation and basically say, no, we're too far over. We need to do a non-punitive, it's not a punishment. It's not saying that they've done anything bad. It's not saying they've violated any rules or laws, but just a temporary suspension until they can locate who that new manager will be, and go ahead and get that application into the board. Y'all do have authority under your statutes, once an application is in, to grant somebody temporary authority to act as the manager until the full board could have an actual hearing like we've seen today for change of manager for several facilities. But that's the request, and we did sort of draft what would be a set order or a form order that could be used for these that is in your materials. The only items that typically would change on these would be the items that are in red. And we have a provision in there that talks about if a short grace period or extension is given, that would be taken out if there isn't one that applies to that situation. If there are any questions, I'm sure Natalie or I could try to address those.
I really feel when it comes to that part, Ms. Mickens' office knows that handles the day-to-day operations of licensors of members of the directors of South Carolina. I think it needs to be her discretion to make the president aware that someone's out of line with the license. Let her make that discretion and let the president sign on it, because she's with it every day. She knows what's going on every day with the funeral director of South Carolina. So I don't think it'd be the president's job to do it. I think Ms. Mickens should be able to do it because she handles the day-to-day operation with licensors. So if she feels, she saw someone come to the board, see a license that's not in line with South Carolina, then it should be her discretion to say, okay, he needs to be suspended, and notify the president at the time, say, John Brown is not in compliance. I'm recommending that he's suspended until further notice. Could you sign his order? And that's it. I don't think it should be the president first, because she knows every day what's going on with that. I understand the board, we control some things on the board, but some things she can handle, and we didn't need to let the proper person or the president make them aware that, okay, this is what's going on, he just sign his order, and then it goes out. That's my perception on that.
Yes, sir. I think that's the process Ms. Mickens was essentially proposing, is that if she or her staff identify that there's a funeral home in this situation, that yes, that they would reach out to the board president to advise them and essentially send a draft of a temporary suspension order like what is in your materials.
I understand. I didn't make sure she is an active role and the day-to-day operations on the licensors of South Carolina, so she got to make that.
Mine would be, just in case receives a well-deserved promotion, that it is not just her, but it is that particular office that has the, has that particular authority to at least call it TSO.
Yes, yes, sir.
So to at least initiate it, now I agree with, rather than that office issuing it, that should come from the president, but at least that executive director.
Yes, sir. And Ms. Mickens, is that the sort of the process that you had envisioned as well as you all as staff?
Correct. Make sure we are identifying the issues or the persons without the funeral homes that doesn't have the license, and it's to help out so we don't have to wait until the 2 board meetings or a board meeting. If a board meeting is 2 months, we can go ahead and start getting ahead of it. So we will do it that way. So that's it.
Dixon, are you making a proposal?
Before he does that, Ms. Duncan, can you go back over the process of approving a temporary manager? Do they in addition to the TSO, will the executive director and president have the authority to approve a temporary manager until the board meeting?
I'm not sure how that has functionally worked in the past. Maybe Ms. Mickens has experience with that. I just know it's in your statute that somebody can be temporarily approved. Even the temporary ones have come before the board?
In the past, there hasn't been a temporary manager assigned, that they would still have to come before the board, unless that's something you all want to do differently. But there hadn't been a temporary manager assigned in the past, and we have been letting people know that if there's no manager there, they are not supposed to be working. But
Well, and we're not quite at number 14 yet, but that's under my notations. One of the things I'm going to ask to be included of agenda topic for a future meeting is that potential need, should it arise, for that to take place. So
I was going to have a question similar to Mr. Hawkins. If we have, this on one end, being able to, temporarily suspend, then, I'm hoping that we have an option for, week, 2 weeks, or until the next board meeting, have a temporary call him an acting manager or something. So maybe we can think through that process at the next.
And I can see the TSO kind of taking that place until the next board meeting, but it just kind of make sure everybody knows everything is on the record. They can see, we have a record of knowing, you don't have a manager, and this is how you're supposed to be getting things together. I think it just kind of helps give us teeth for later on if for some reason there's not a manager in place.
anyone else has any questions, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this document, item number 11.
We have a motion by Mr. Price, second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And just for clarification, so that I can understand, and to follow the process, the intent is to follow the process that we've discussed today, as far as Ms. Mickens and her staff, or whoever's in those roles, identifying and letting the president know, and the president is the one who can sign that order. Correct. All right. Thank you, sir.
Item 12, election of officers.
Ms. Duncan.
So we have 3 officer positions that are up for renewal this year. That would be the president, the vice president, and the secretary. Are there, do y'all have a desire of which office you might want to do elections for first?
Before we get into the election, I want to say this. I have to clarify this. For all the new members on the board, understand where I'm coming from. I guess, I think 2022, I think Brett was on the board, Brent, Lan, Tom. We have 9 licensed directors on the State Board of South Carolina, 9 directors, 2 public. It had a situation that a public member got to the vice president's seat. and only became president, I made a suggestion that that shouldn't be. Reason being, we have 9 dual licensed directors on the board. I don't see how, and nothing against public members at all, nothing against them, but we have non-licensed, nine dual licensed directors on this board that can fill the president, vice president, and secretary seat. We are school trained, we are licensed by the board from the past, we have experience in our profession. If you're a police officer, you're a street trooper, I can't be your corporal, your captain, because I've never been to the training and I have had no experience. So I can't tell you to arrest a guy over here because I'm not certified to do that. The same thing on our board. I believe, because I'm a professional, I love what I do, that we are to protect the public. The president, the vice president, and secretary of state need to be filled by licensed individuals, dual licensed individuals. What happened in 2022-23, I don't know how, it got by, and I took a stand and say, hey, I'm not with that. So before we elect, and I think from here, I won't go on record saying this, now and in the future, that all positions, primarily president, vice president, secretary, need to be filled by a licensed professional on the board, a dual licensed professional, which we are on this board. And that's my comment on that before we have election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
All right, so is there any preference about which office y'all would like to accept nominations for first?
Can we start with president, or?
All right, president it is. Are there any nominations for president?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Hawkins for president.
I respectfully decline the office for president, and instead, I'd like to nominate Brother Taylor.
Have I done that?
Are there any other nominations for the position of president?
Will the nominations come to a close?
Nominate president. All in favor? All opposed? Next, we'll have vice president.
I'd like to nominate Douglas Hawkins as vice president of the board.
We have Mr. Hawkins nominated. Do we have anyone else or a second?
I'll second.
Got a second? All in favor? Aye. Oh, I'm
Are there
sorry.
any other nominations?
Excuse me, were there any other nominations? I thought I asked that. All in favor? Any opposed? Congratulations. And next will be Secretary Treasurer. Have any nominations?
I nominate Mr. Cox as secretary of the board.
Have a nomination of Mr. Cox. Is there any additional? Seeing no additional, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations on new officers.
Can I interject? I'm so sorry. I did not register a second in my notes. I have the vote and the motion, but I do not have a second written down on Mr. Taylor for president or for Mr. Cox as secretary.
Does anybody know who did the second for Mr. Taylor?
Second for Mr. Cox. We didn't.
Need to do?
It was not a hotly contested race.
Thank you. We just technically need a second for the record, I think. Thank you.
I'll second, and so we need one for the nomination of Mr. Taylor.
Yeah,
President
I've
Taylor?
got him as seconding both.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, after election of officers, approval of the 2026 meeting dates.
I believe the proposed dates are the last page of y'all's combined packet. Ms. Mickens, do you want to tell them about February in particular?
Right, give me just a second to get it back up. All right,
Wow,
so your
Miss-
20 to 26, go ahead.
Excuse me, sorry. And while Ms. Mickens is doing that, if the record will please reflect that I abstained and did not vote for any of those officers as I am on an expired term. And so I abstained because who is in charge does not have anything to do with me because so thank you.
Right.
Note, our 2026 proposed dates, you see that the February dates, I don't know whether you all checked, but the February dates are a Tuesday and a Wednesday rather than the usual Wednesday and Thursday. I know y'all are used to coming in on Wednesday and Thursday, but in February, there are a lot of conflicts as far as the use of the facilities and also scheduling conflicts. So that just be mindful of that. But you will get a reminder. We'll send out reminder emails to make sure that you all know that those dates, that's going to be a Tuesday and a Wednesday rather than Wednesday and Thursday.
The proposed dates follow sort of the pattern that we've used for the last several years of meeting for 2 days every other month, with the initial plan being the first day being an administrative day, much like we've had today, and the second day being initially planned as a disciplinary day, although we may start to blend those a little bit to try to accommodate some attorney schedules for some of the disciplinary cases so that we can try to move some of the disciplinary cases where they have conflicts on Thursdays but not on Wednesdays.
Agenda topics for future meetings.
We got to approve that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I move that the meeting dates be approved.
First by Mr. Hawkins, second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Topics for future meetings.
I have a number of them if I can discuss. I think one thing we'll need to discuss is somehow how we're going to disseminate information about the change in the CLE exemption. Or I'm sorry, the CE exemption. I'm calling it CLEs because but the CE exemptions, how we're going to push out that information to licensees. And then I also wanted to, at some point,
The CE exemption you're referring to is a new requirement. One must be licensed 30 years and over the age of 60 for that exemption.
yes, and making sure we have some sort of method to push that information out to the licensees. And another agenda item, that we're thinking through, and we alluded to it, is discussing at our next full meeting a process for somehow approving interim managers for some of the situations, because we have, will not have this ability to have a temporary suspension when a facility doesn't have a manager, which is prudent. But I think it's probably also helpful that we have another process where we can think through someone having an interim manager before they can get to the board, if they elect that option, should something happen. So maybe we can just bring that up at the next meeting as well. And then the final item. I feel like I'm really, oh, sorry.
Back up that C exemption, you said that's
Yes, sir. When that was signed into law last year, July, that's tied back to H4116. That was the initial bill filing. It says that in order for one to be exempt, obviously the manager distinction aside, but for one to be exempt from continuing education, they must be licensed 30 years and over the age of 60. I believe it used to say or, but now it says and. So one must meet both requirements, and I think that's something that.
have a career change at mid-40.
Oh yeah, if
You gonna come in?
Yes, sir. If you
Get
were
your hours.
if you were a fireman or a police officer or educator, whatever, and you say you want to be a funeral embalmer, whichever, when you were 45 or 50, I mean, you got to get continuing education. You 75 or 80. So that's something that folks need to be aware of, in my opinion. And it needs to be brought to their attention.
Yes, sir. And my understanding is that it was a one-word change that was made in South Carolina Code 40-19250 with an effective date of July 1 of 2024. So it did not impact our last round of license renewals, but it will impact the ones that are coming up for our next biennial renewals. And so we just don't want anybody, I think, to get caught flat-footed. Is all it is.
And that information was sent out as a part of the rules, the updates and changes that we sent out to everybody in August of last year. And it specified in there that it needed to be and, not or. So.
That's good, but again, sometimes some of us need absolutely, that's a lot nicer than what I was going to say, yeah.
Well, can't that be included in the request for license, renewal for licenses and so forth?
Absolutely.
That particular statement, and that would suffice. I mean, I don't think that, I'm not sure whether or not we need an agenda item for that, when we can just say, okay, put that on the license renewal form.
And it is. It will be on the license renewal form.
With the capital letter A and D.
It will.
And in red.
And in red.
And
Italicized and bold. And,
there you go.
But the CE requirements are listed on the renewal application, and when you do the renewal online, the CE requirements will be there. And then we have a renewal page on our website that shows all the requirements for renewing of the licenses. So all that information is on there.
Sorry, I think you had a third thing.
That's okay. And then we'll also probably need to discuss, I think we've talked about it a few times, but, finally a resolution about board meetings, counting as CEs, getting to a final, a final decision on that. And then the exciting new offering of the Consumer Affairs doing CEs. I don't think that needs to be an agenda item, but unless anybody else does.
You're saying you don't think the consumer
I mean,
affairs
probably
things-
not. We could probably just get an update. So
Yeah.
I had it on here, but I think it's probably best as an update.
Anybody else have anything as far as future meeting topics?
In light of the change in the composition of the board, I think that we need to go back and redo a board member training.
Schedules that, is that at staff level, Natalie?
I'll make sure it's on there.
Number 15, public comment.
So as Ms. Mickens mentioned and Ms. Triggers mentioned, the Department of Consumer Affairs is looking to offer in-person continuing education opportunities for you guys The plan is that since I come to all these meetings anyways, I would just come an hour early, so you guys could get an hour of continuing education in person. Sometimes it will be on pre-need. Sometimes it will be on other laws that the department enforces that aren't specific to funeral directors, but are of general applicability to all businesses, which would include funeral directors. Currently, we're working through the details with Ms. Mickens. We got to work through the logistics, but just want to let you know that we are willing to do this. And also, we've got a webinar tomorrow about pre-need and the renewals for pre-need, and that has been approved for continuing education credit. And I am optimistic that we can get the first one in the October meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. We appreciate the Department of Consumer Affairs' willingness to help out our funeral board licensees in this way.
Also, if you know of anyone that needs hours, we're having a seminar September the 11th. FEE.
Microphone.
You can go on the webpage and find out about the hours. It's 3 hours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for everyone being here today, and thank you for your time. I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Got a motion by, in a second? All in favor?
Aye.